هاي يا دكتور.
اه يا محمد.
ازي حضرتك عامل ايه؟
الحمد لله الحمد لله. طيب, good evening. Thank you for joining. We'll start in a few minutes, inshallah. Yet, if anyone has any question, just let me know now. So, if anyone has any question, just let me know.
Doctor, you're gonna send us the location or the hall that we will meet in for next Thursday? Hello, Dr. Samani.
أيوه.
حضرتك سمعت السؤال ولا كان صوتي بعيد ولا ايه؟
لا لسه سامعك فما سمعتش السؤال.
اوكي. كنت بسأل حضرتك حضرتك هتبعت لنا اللوكيشن وكده بتاع الحصة بتاعت next Thursday، يعني which hall بتاع؟
Yes, I will send it. يعني I already have sent it and I guess I will send it again. Yeah.
You sent it as an email ولا؟
لا WhatsApp, but I will send it
اوكي.
again.
اوكي. Thank you.
طيب, basically we'll meet on Thursday, inshallah. Um, for the lecture videos, I already sent you all the URLs before. However, today I have sent you the URL for my channel, and if you click on it, you will find all the videos that I have for 106 and 110. So you can access them, all of them, whenever you want. I have posted yesterday's lecture for the other section, and inshallah tomorrow I will post your lecture as well. Just a reminder, you will find uh, all the lectures and the books and all the stuff. You will find them on Dropbox, and I do post the presentation as well on Blackboard as well. Yeah. This is number one. attended yesterday's lab or your lab is today?
Doctor,
We have our lab today.
You have your lab today. Okay, that's fine. So for today's lab, we will review object-oriented as well. And as I told you on the WhatsApp, you will have a hidden lab lecture about QT as well. Uh, this may fulfill if you have any difficulties in QT, and we will use it heavily in the project as well. So it will help you in the one credit lab, and it will help you as well for the project that you have. So do you have any further question?
no.
Okay.
Do they all take inheritance, huh?
Yes, we'll take inheritance. We'll continue inheritance. So if you don't mind, if you want to participate, please send your name on the WhatsApp. Sorry, on the chat window. And also for the assignment, uh, I have sent you already a helping code. What I require, by the way, I don't require in the assignment to do a header file and the implementation file. I am fine if all the classes are in one file and the main function. So I'm not sure from this section or the other section, but they asked me about whether we use a header file and the CBB file. So I said no. So I don't mind for this assignment. For the next assignment, you will divide them into header file and CBB file. And if anyone will make them into separated, he or she will get an extra bonus for that. And for the classes, I repeat, you have you have to do the classes without any relationship between them. You have just to do the classes in UML. So I have sent you on the WhatsApp a presentation for that. And that will help you on that, and also my lecture notes. And I have sent you a URL as well to tell you how to do the classes in UML. So that's regarding the assignment. Okay, so we're safe to go.
Doctor, can you please repeat the last word? Doctor,
Yes.
can you please repeat the last part you just said about the UML?
So what I said that in the assignment you're required to do the classes without any relationship between them, just the classes in UML. And to do so, I have made, you can look at the notes, the previous lectures. This is number one. I have sent you a presentation also as well on the WhatsApp. And also I have sent you in the assignment sheet a URL that will tell you how to do classes. You don't have you don't have to do the relationship between the classes and each others.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. So today, inshallah, we'll continue our discussion on inheritance and polymorphism. So, as explained before, this chapter is this presentation is based, or this lecture and the next one is based on Savage chapter 15 and some online resources as well. So, so, so can anyone remind me what's inheritance? And I need an example from real life, and I need an example. Uh, uh, I need an example from C++ and from real life as well. Anyways, can anyone tell me what's inheritance basically?
Yes.
Okay, Yasin.
So inheritance is an object-oriented concept that allows us to create a new class known as the derived class from an existing base class. And this derived class inherits features from the base class and also can have extra features of its own. So an example of that is we can have a base class animal, and then we can have a derived class such as lion or elephant, which inherits features from the base class.
People, do you hear my voice, or Yasin has a problem?
Doctor, we heard Yasin, we can't hear you.
Yeah, you got up for like 2 seconds. But I
But
heard
now
you
it's okay.
Now it's okay, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So thank you, Yasin, for this. It's a perfect definition. So basically, inheritance in real life. If you are a child of your dad, so you inherit basically what your dad is doing, and you may enhance on what your dad is doing. In object-oriented, inheritance is one of the good features of object orientation, similar to encapsulation, similar to abstraction that we have took earlier. So we have took now about object orientation. We have took a class, we have took an object, and we have took encapsulation, we have took abstraction, and we have took inheritance as well. And in this lecture as well, we will be taking one of the good features of C++, which is basic of object orientation, which is basically polymorphism as well. So uh, inheritance in C++ means that you have a base class, and this base class is always defined as a parent class. So the base class is a parent class, and then we have the child classes. And those will inherit the functions and might inherit the attributes as well of the base class, and might inherit the attributes of the base class. So so basically inheritance
Doctor,
features of
you're
the
lagging, I
base.
guess.
You okay? I'll I'm not sure why does it. It's always with this class, not the other class. I don't know why, but anyways, is it okay now or
Oh, it's
anyway?
now working. Yes, we can hear you and we can see you.
Yes, okay. I'll connect to another line, so it might be.
Doctor, are you with us? Okay. If you don't know, you're muted. Okay.
Is it okay now?
Yes, it's working now.
Okay. So we're back. Okay. So in C++, inheritance means that I do have a super class, and this is the base class, and I do have child classes. So what does this mean? And we will now jump into the C++ code to explain this in further details. We will have the child classes, and they do inherit the functions of the base class. They can
Doctor.
class can do two things. The first thing is that it inherits the base class functions, and the second thing is that it can enhance those functions, and also finally the child class can have their own function as well that is independent from the base class. That is independent from the base class. So let's see some C++ code that will explain this in further details. So basically, uh, basically, you will see three classes. You will see the employee class, and you will see this is the base class, and you will see as well the child classes. And those child classes, they are the salaried employee and the hourly employee. They are children classes. This is number one. And number two, uh, they will they will over they will extend the base class functionality. They will extend the base class functionality. Anyways, let's jump into C++ code and see this instead of talking and talking. So let me have Ahmed Shaf with me. So Ahmed, you're there. It seems Ahmed is disconnected, maybe. So Ahmed Mustafa is there or he disconnected? He is disconnected.
Yes, doctor. I'm trying to speak, but
Okay.
you can hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, I hear you now. Okay, I hear you.
Okay.
Anyways, if we look at if we look my friend at this piece of code. So this is a header file or an implementation file or a driver file, Ahmed.
A header.
A header file, and it's also called what, yeah, Ahmed?
يعني
The type of the class. We have said
class.
what I mean, yeah. But anyways, it's an abstract data type. So basically, the header file contains what, yeah, Ahmed?
It contains definitions for the upcoming functions and in
Yes.
the implementation file.
Yes, and it contains as well the attributes. So it basically contains a class definition, whether it's a function or whether it's the attributes of the class. Okay, so let's dig deeper. So basically, how many constructors do we have in this class, yeah, Ahmed?
Two.
Two, that's fine. So basically, we have two constructors. The first constructor is the default one, and the second constructor is the parameterized constructor. And then we have the getters and the setters, and those represent the getters and the setters for the name, SSN, and net pay. And then so we have three getters and we have three setters, and we have
Doctor, you're lagging again.
again, what's
We can't hear you, doctor.
Well, yeah, I think he's like reconnecting to some other network, but that's fine. Oh, it's lagging again. I am the host now. That's fun. Excited to go on campus يا جماعة؟
أيوة بجد أنا أصلا on campus
Yeah, I know. Excluding you, Lord.
واللابس الهيدن لابس هيبقوا أونلاين هيبقوا off campus؟
The
On campus?
doctor said that so far they will be online. Why is it recording? Is the doctor back? Who's the one recording? Am I the one recording? I didn't press record. Something.
See, the Zoom is recording. The doctor is recording. عادي.
Is it okay now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
So Adham, I will give you a negative bonus. You know why?
ليه؟
Because I made you a co-host and you didn't let me in.
أنا أصلا ما طلعليش حاجة.
ما طلعلاش مصدوم يعني.
لا
Okay.
لا أيوه
Okay, okay.
مش هعمل كده رخامة يعني.
I'm kidding, yeah.
Okay.
But anyways, I made you a co-host so that you let me in. But
بس
خذلتني
مفيش أي حاجة طلعت لي والله.
ايوه انا مصدقك خلاص مصدقك. Okay, let's go back. Okay, let's go back. Anyways, so basically, let's go back to Ahmed Mustafa. So what we have said is that we have two constructors and we have three getters and we have three setters and we have a function called parent check. Basically, I'll ask a general question and anyone can answer. For parent check, it calculates the salary for the employee based on the hours or based that he stayed in this company working for a month. So, in a common sense, do we have enough information to calculate the salary for the employee? And why?
Because we don't have the number of hours, neither the
Yes.
price for each hour in the class.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you, Tom. So as our friend here said, as our friend here, we don't have enough information to calculate the salary for a certain employee. What we know, what this class is giving us, he just gives us the name of the employee and the social security number. This is basically رقم بطاقة رقم القومي يعني. And we know the net pay for this employee. So we just don't know the type of employee to be able to calculate the salary for this employee. So at some point of time, يا جماعة, at some point of time, the base class doesn't provide us so much information, and we depend on the child classes. We depend on them. We depend on them to do what? To redefine some functions and specialize some functions in the child class. This is Chinese. So that's why I will repeat it again. So basically, the base class defined something generic for the employee, general information about the employee. It defines the name and the social security number. And then later on, and this is the beauty of inheritance, later on, the child functions, they will be responsible to redefine, to specialize, and I repeat the word specialize. This is an accurate word, to specialize. So the base class is a general class. And then the child classes, they are specific classes. They are specialized classes. They are specialized classes. We are using them to do what? To provide special information, uh, special information. So the employee is a general class, and then the hourly employee and the salaried employee is specialized classes. This is so important. Anyways, once again, for the employee, it gives us information and about the name, about the social security number, and about the net payment for this employee. So let's continue. Let's continue. Yes,
I just have question in the last slide, a previous
yes,
slide.
yes.
هو كده احنا بنحتاج H file and CPP file لكل class.
You mean for the employee and for the hourly employee and for the salaried employee, Ghada?
اه
Yes, yes, yes. Once
يعني
again, ya Ghada, you can do them in one file and you can do them in multiple files, ya Ghada. The issue is, the issue is, that you can divide them and you can include them in one file. But the best practice, the good thing is to have separate files. To have separate files. Okay, Ghada?
اوكي انا بس بتأكد عشان يعني حسيت ان يعني كده هيبقى الفايلز عددها كبير قوي.
Unfortunately, yes, يا غدا. But يعني this is something something good design wise يعني بغض النظر عن عدد الفايلز يعني.
اوكي طيب في بعد كلمة name space في اللي هي employee savage دي
Yes. I will not explain this now, يا غادة. It's not required for now, but I will explain it later. يعني. So you don't have to worry about two things in this code, about namespace and about this const that appear after the function. So I will explain this later on, يا غادة. You don't need to worry about them for now. Okay?
اوكي
So thank you, غادة. So I'll have another friend with me. So I lost my friends, so I will select myself. So I will have Adam. Okay. So Adam, you are there. It seems that Adam is disconnected. So I'll have another friend with me. So I'll have Tamer. Tamer, you're here or disconnected? Tamer? So I'll have Freddy. Freddy, you're there?
Yes, يا دكتور.
Okay, thank you. So basically, this kind of file for the employee is called what is the type of file? So we spoke about the header file, and this is basically what is the type of this file?
An implementation file.
This is the implementation file. Thank you, my dear. And from the implementation file, what do we usually do? We include the
Header file.
header file. That's great. Thank you very much. So basically in the implementation file, we have implementation for what? Yeah,
The function.
yeah, for the function. So basically we will have two constructors, and we will have three getters and three setters, and then we will have the function we spoke about, which is basically the parent check. And what we have said, that this is an employee generic file. It doesn't know how to calculate. It doesn't know how to calculate the salary for the given employee, because it doesn't know this class doesn't know if it is an hourly employee or it is a a monthly based employee. It doesn't know this. So we will leave this to the children for implementation. Uh, so uh, let's continue. Thank you, Freddy. I'll have another friend with me, so I'll have Anda. Anda, you're there? Okay, I'll have another friend. Carmen, you're there?
Yes, doctor, I'm here.
Yes, Carmen. Okay. So, Carmel, this class, this file is also, what kind of file is this file?
Um,
So we said we have,
TPP?
no, not the CBB, just read this part. This is
The other file.
the header file. And from the header file, what is the name of the class that exists in the header file? Yeah, yeah, Carmen?
Hourly employee.
Hourly employee. That's fine. So we have a class which is called hourly employee. Just 1 second. So basically the class name is hourly employee. And what do we know? What do we know actually about this hourly employee? That this is a child class. This is a child class, and it inherits from the employee class. So the employee is a base class. The employee is a base class, and the employee is a base class, and then the hourly employee uh, is basically that child. So employee is a parent, and hourly employee is basically that child. How do we represent this in C++? So we are adapted we are adapted uh, we are adapted to class hourly employee. This is normal. And then we will find this two dots, and then we will find public and then we will find the name of another class, and then we will find the name of another class. So what is this basically? It is basically saying that the class that is named hourly employee belong to a parent that is called employee. So hourly employee is the child of employee. What is this public? There are various types of inheritance. And what we are studying in this course is what's so-called a public inheritance, whereby the child class can inherit the public part of the class, and can extend on the functions that exist in the public part of the class. So if parent check, this is in the private part, so hourly employee cannot see it. So public employee means that it inherits the public part of the class. It inherits the public part of the class. So let me have another firm. So let me have Rana. Rana, you are there or disconnected?
No, I'm here, doctor.
So basically, Rana, how many constructors do we have here?
2.
Two. We have two constructors,
The
and we have the setters and the getters for two attributes. We have the setters and the getters for two attributes. And those attributes are the wage rate and the hours. So this class, can you anticipate, Rana, why it is made for the hourly employee? Look at the private attributes. It has the wage rate and the hours. So why are we doing this class basically?
to print their check.
To print the check, yes. And it will print the check. Printing the check means calculating the salary. And we calculate the salary based on what?
The wage rate and the hours they work.
Exactly, Anna. Exactly. So now we know that the employee class, gives us information about the name and about the social security number. And we know now that that the child of the employee, hourly employee, gives us information about the wage rate. يعني the wage rate يعني in Arabic بياخد كام في الساعة يعني. And then the number of hours that he has worked. And asking you, Anna, also bent check. Where did we find bent check also, Anna?
In the employee class.
In the employee class. So this is the function that it exists also in the employee class, and it is made in the hourly class because we want to enhance the functions that exist in the base class. So in the base class, we said that we cannot calculate the salary for the employee. Then where do we calculate the salary for the employee? We calculate it in the child class. And of course, the hourly employee can have any other functions. So I will repeat, and this is important that I am repeating this part. And if you don't understand, just let me know. We have the whole night to spend together. There's no problem. So hourly employee is the child of employee, and it has its own constructors, and it has the setters and the getters, and it has a function that exists, which is bent check. It exists in the employee class, and we are inheriting it, and we are providing an implementation for it. Why? Because employee gives us information about the name and the SSN, while the hourly employee gives us information about how to calculate the salary for the hourly employee. Anyone has any question so far? So anyone has any question? Everything is understood? Okay.
Doctor, what's the other name for the header file?
An interface file, yeah.
Interface file implementation file
ودرايفر أو
Okay.
application file, yeah.
Okay.
So header or interface, implementation driver.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
هو الدرايفر ده اللي هو برضه الابلكيشن صح؟
الدرايفر ده هو الابلكيشن. الدرايفر هو الابلكيشن اللي هو بيحتوي على ايه يا عبد الرحمن؟
اللي هو المين فانكشن.
ممتاز. Just 1 second, I'm switching. Okay. So then I need to have another friend with me. So I'll pick Yasin.
Yes, doctor.
Yes, Yasin. So this is the implementation file for the hourly employee, and we have two constructors, the default constructor and a parameterized constructor, and we have two setters and two getters. And then let's concentrate together about the print check function. So my friend Yasin, you have several functions here. So let's pick them one by one and see whether they belong to the hourly employee class or they belong to the employee class, or they belong to the employee class. So we have print check. This belongs to whom, Yasin?
Belongs to the hourly employee class.
Yes, and belongs as well to whom?
The employee class? The base
The
class?
employee class, yes. So it does belong to the hourly employee class, and it belongs to the employee class. And just reminding all of you, print check in the employee class, it has nothing. It is an empty function. And why it is an empty function? Because we don't have enough information. We don't have enough information to calculate the salary, for the for the employee class. And where do we calculate it? We calculate it in the hourly employee class. Let's continue with my friend Yasin. So let me come back here. So Yasin, set net pay. Uh, in order not to confuse you, those are the functions that exist in the hourly employee. So set net pay, it exists in the employee class or it exists in the hourly employee class?
It exists in the employee class.
Yasin, you're here?
Yes, doctor, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, now. So basically, I am asking set net pay. It exists in the hourly employee or it exists in the employee?
It exists in the employee class.
It exists in the employee class. Why? Because net pay is an attribute of the employee class. And the hourly employee is basically for the calculation of the salary for the hourly employee class. So here we have two variables, hours and wage rate. They belong to the hourly employee class or they belong to the employee class.
So where are the attributes defined so I can see?
Yes. So we'll return back to a header file so that you can see. So this is wage rate and hours in order not to confuse you. So they belong in the hourly employee class. Then we have several functions. Let's have them one by one. Get name, get net pay, get SSN, and get net pay. Get name, is it a function in the hourly employee class or is it a function in the employee class?
In the employee class.
Exactly. So the employee class was having the name and the employee class was having the social security number. The hourly employee class, it is having the wage rate and it is having the hours. So once again and again, get name, it is a function that exists in the employee class. Thank you, Yasin. Get net pay in the employee class, get SSN in the employee class, get net pay in the employee class as well. So I am asking all of you, and anyone can answer. Uh, so why we can use functions that exist in the employee class? What
Because of
allowed us? Why,
because it's
Mustafa?
inherited.
Because of
It's
inheritance.
inheritance. Yes, Mustafa. Yes, Ikram. So it's basically inheritance. So inheritance, if you remember again, if you remember again, if you look at this part, you will find our friend, which is called public employee. Public employee means what? Means that I can use the public, the public functions that exist in the employee class. So going back one step forward, if I go to the employee class, what do I find? I find the function that is called get name, get SSN, get net pay, set name, set SSN, set net pay. And I can use them from the hourly employee class. Why? Because I am doing inheritance, because I am doing inheritance. So I can use the functions of the base class. I can use the functions of the base class. I can use the functions of the base class. So this is band check. I make it in the hourly employee class. Why? Because in the employee class, I know nothing except the name and the social security number and the net payment for such employee. How the payment is calculated? It is calculated in the hourly employee class and not in the employee class class. Take a look for 30 seconds here about this code. Don't sleep too much. Take a look at this and let me know if I can repeat something, then it's my pleasure to repeat.
Who, doctor, what was the point of declaring print check in the employee class? Why couldn't we just declare it in the hourly employee?
Why just we take it in the hourly employee to be used by all of the child classes? Means By the way, this is an excellent question, ya Abdurrahman. We have two child classes, one which is hourly employee and one which is a salaried employee. And we declare it in the employee class to be used by the children, not only by one children, but by all of the children. So that's why we make it in the employee class, and it can be used by all of the children. What if we didn't declare in what if we didn't declare it in the employee class? Then the hourly employee class will have been check underscore hourly, and the salaried employee class will have been check salaried employee. At the end of the day, bent check is bent check, whether it's hourly or whether it's a salaried employee class. Do you understand, or should I explain it again?
Oh, تمام, I understood. Thank you, doctor.
Yeah, okay, Habib. So we have the salaried employee class. We have the salaried employee class, and the salaried employee class is more or less the same as an hourly employee class, exactly the same, except that pen check, it's different. Pen check is different. Pen check is different. It's based on the monthly payment for the employee. So it doesn't depend on the hours. And at the end of the day, we have the functions, get name, get net pay, get SSN, and those are basically got from the employee class. So derived class. So derived class, uh, derived class actually derived class actually inherits the public functions of the base class. So few exceptions. Can we inherit the base class constructor? The answer is no. We cannot inherit the base class constructor. We cannot inherit the base class constructor. We cannot inherit the base class constructor. Okay, so you have to concentrate in this part because it's a little bit confusing. So if you can see this part, hourly employee, this is the name of the class, hourly employee, and then this column, and then there is employee and two brackets. So basically hourly employee, this is the constructor of the hourly employee class. And this column, and this is employee between brackets. What is this employee between two brackets, ya Jama'a? Someone says?
Constructor
The constructor of the base.
The constructor for the base class. The constructor for the base class. Thank you, Freddy. Thank you, whoever have talked. So, from the constructor of the child class, which is hourly employee, I am calling the constructor of the base class, and this kind of calling is called explicit calling. Why it is explicit calling? Because I have our friend here, which is this two dots, and I have a calling for the employee class. So there is an explicit calling, and there's what's called an implicit calling. And implicit calling is without those two double dots and without calling the constructor of calling the constructor of the default class. So I have two things. I have explicit calling and I have implicit calling. Explicit calling means I have constructor of the child class and then two columns and the name of the constructor for the parent class, whether it is the default constructor or whether it is a parameterized constructor. Implicit calling, I have the constructor without any two double dots. So if I make an explicit calling, it will call either the default constructor or the parameterized constructor. So I can make it employee and I can call the parameterized constructor. Just for you to remember what is the parameterized constructor, it is a constructor that has some input values, parameters. It is a constructor that has some input parameters. So yes, Adham, you wanted to ask something? Adham?
I'm just a little bit confused. Is the explicit calling to constructor, it calls automatically whether or not it's parameterized, wala I
No,
specify
not
whether or not.
automatically. Explicit means not automatic. Explicit means not automatic.
So when I say employee with empty brackets, it's for sure gonna call the default constructor. ما هي قطط عندي يعني عندكم انتوا كمان ولا المشكلة عندنا؟
عندنا كلنا.
Okay, just making sure. I am the host again. Okay. عادة بعرف هو القطط عندي بس ولا عندنا كلنا لما في حد تاني فاتح الكاميرا ولا إن his video is frozen. مفيش حد. That's why I asked. Doctor, you are muted if you do not know.
Yes.
Okay. So وقفنا عند explicit calling, and I asked if I called the employee with empty brackets, it would call the default constructor.
Yes. So this is called explicit calling or implicit calling?
Explicit.
Explicit. When you see the double dot, it is explicit or implicit?
Explicit.
Explicit. That's fine. Okay.
When
so,
is it implicit though?
Yes, I'm just saying, I didn't say implicit so far.
Okay, that
So,
sorry.
yes. So when I have double dots, so it is explicit. When I don't have, yes, Yasin, you want to say something?
Yes, so is this like a definition of the constructor? Is this a declaration or is it in the main?
Well, this is two things, Yasin. This is a definition of the constructor, and this is also the implementation of the constructor. Look at this part. Look at this.
Yes.
If you look at this part, and this is the implementation. Yes? And
Yes.
so this is basically the implementation side, Yasin. Okay.
Okay, so I know we have the default constructor of
No, here you don't have the
oh,
default
no,
constructor,
the
just the
parameter.
hourly employee, and those are the input parameter. And
Mhm.
then we have our friend, which is the double dots. And this is what kind of constructor, Yasin? This
This,
is the default one, or this is the parameterized one?
no, this is the parameterized constructor of the parent class.
Exactly, exactly. For this example that I have here, I am calling the default constructor. So, so X for the explicit calling, you can, and I am returning back to Adham. For the default constructor, you can be calling two things for Adham and all. You can be calling the default constructor, and you can be calling the parameterized constructor as well.
Mhm.
So this is called explicit calling, explicit calling. So
So
I will write it again.
since since the constructor of the parent class can't be inherited, in the default construct or in the constructor of the child class, we explicitly call the constructor of the parent class.
Yes, and yes, and no. Yes, you can explicitly call it. And if you don't explicitly call it, if you don't explicitly calling, means what? Means that we don't have our friend here, which is the double dot and the name of the constructor. This means what for Yasin and for all? This means that the compiler will implicitly call it. The compiler will implicitly call the default constructor. I will repeat this part. There is an explicit calling, and I will write it also for all of you since I disconnected. Explicit calling means you have the constructor of the child class, and we have our friend, which is the double dots. And then you can call the default constructor or the parameterized constructor if you have any one of them or both. So this is called explicit calling. And then implicit calling means, wait, so just 1 second. So you have the constructor of the child class without those two dots. What happens? The compiler calls the default constructor of the default constructor of the parent class. Okay, just before I I want you to read this, and if you don't understand, just let me know. Yes, whoever want to speak, so speak.
Doctor, when we do the explicit calling, when we're
Yes.
calling like the default constructor of the base class, like are we calling other things with it, or because like the writing on the orange part?
Yes, don't worry about this part. I will explain it later.
So we just we just call the constructor of the base class,
Exactly.
and that's it. And then, like semicolon. That's it.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Doctor, so what if we have the semi or the colon, sorry, the two dots that just set the attributes wage rate and hours to 0, but it doesn't call the default constructor of the parent class.
Then this means Yasin, and I will explain this part later, but since you asked, I will explain it for you, and later I will explain it for everyone. Then the default constructor for the parent class is call. So this is called implicit calling. And then I will initialize the wage rate and the hours by 0 and 0. And wage rate and hours, those are attributes of whom, Yasin?
They're attributes of the derived, the child class.
Exactly. So I will initialize them by 0 and 0. Okay, Yasin?
Okay, so the default constructor of the parent class is still called implicit.
Is still called, yes. Yes.
Okay.
It will not be called if I call explicitly either the default or the parameterized constructor of the base class.
And
Okay, Adham? Yes, Yasin, continue.
will it still be called even if we use the normal curly brackets for the constructor definition?
No, I don't understand you.
لا, I
يعني
mean,
here
we can define the constructor of hourly employee with curly brackets or with the colon. Are they just two different formats, or does it change the actual code?
I don't understand you. So if we don't have those double dots,
Yes, and we have curly brackets.
without the name employee,
Yes, just curly brackets, and it takes two parameters. So wage rate equals 0 and hours equals 0.
no, it will still call the default constructor.
Okay, so it's the two dots just changed the format.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So just to make it easy for you, so in order not to confuse you a lot about this, so I will omit this part for I will omit this part, and I will replace it with Is it okay, Yasin? So it's basically the same thing, yes? Yes?
Okay. Yes.
And if we don't have our friend here, so it will implicitly call the default constructor. Okay, that's fine?
دكتور
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, yes, Fadi.
طب انا كنت بعمل كل الامبلوي كونستراكتور عشان خاطر انا كاتب هناك كود وبعد كده بحط فاليوز فبيمشي على نفس كل اللي كاتبه هناك، ولا ليه كنت بعمل له كول اصلا؟
لا انا هنا بوريك بس فيتشر. اولا هو الامبلوي ديفولت كونستراكتور ما فيهوش حاجه خلاص، فانا كنت بوريك فيتشر انك انت من البيز كلاس تقدر انك انت اكسبلسيتلي تقول سوري من تشايلد كلاس تقدر انك انت اكسبلسيتلي تقول الكونستراكتور بتاع البيز كلاس. يوجوالي اللي بيحصل انك انت من التشايلد كلاس بتقول البارامترايزد كلاس سوري البارامترايزد كونستراكتور. there is no way there is no meaning انك انت تقول الديفولت كونستراكتور، لان الديفولت كونستراكتور غالبا ما بيبقاش فيه حاجه يا فادي، فاهمني؟ فالمنطقي لو انت عايز تعمل explicit calling تقول البارامترايزد كونستراكتور مش الديفولت كونستراكتور. الديفولت كونستراكتور كده كده بيتندى لو انت ما حطيتش التو دوتس. اوكي
اوكي
طيب any other questions? Adham, you had a question?
I have يعني بعض الأسئلة.
بعض الأسئلة. انت لو قلت لي أسئلة سؤال واحد كنت قلقت، بس بعض الأسئلة يعني أنا قلقان أكتر. اوكي.
دلوقتي يعني قبل ما حضرتك تغير الكود when we explicitly call the constructor
which is this part بس عشان نبقى واضحين.
when we explicitly call the constructor like this,
yes,
and I edit in the code of the employee constructor from the from هنا.
Did I what؟ ما سمعتش بس.
Can I edit the code or implementation of the employee constructor from?
No, you don't edit. You just call.
So
you don't edit.
Okay. So if I read curly brackets.
يعني what happened? Just 1 second. What happened when you do this? Look at this function, employee to curly bracket. Okay. And then let's go with the slides and return back. What will happen? I'll take this from here. I'll take this part from here, copy, and then I will go 2 steps, some steps back. So what will happen? It will execute this function. It will execute this constructor, which is employee curly bracket, which is an empty function. Yes.
Okay. It will يعني حاجة زي يعني call it to be implemented على طول.
ايوه call it. يعني دلوقتي لو انت عندك function في الكلاس when you write its name مش انت بتكولها هو
exactly.
بيعمل calling للكونستراكتور عادي.
اوكي.
دكتور معلش يعني كأني بعمل initialize للفاريبل بتاعت الامبلويي والاورلي امبلويي في نفس الوقت من المين، صح كده؟
دي حقيقة.
تمام.
يعني instead of creating an object for the employee class and then creating an object for the hourly employee class, I can just create an object for the hourly employee class and it will create an object for the employee class. Hourly employee.
No, just wait. You create an object from the hourly employee class. Let's call it Adham hourly. Okay. So Adham hourly is an object of hourly employee class, and when you and Adham hourly, the object will call 2 constructors. The constructor for the hourly employee class and the constructor for the parent class as well.
Okay, but I'm asking بقى إن هو do I have to create an object for the parent
no, you don't
class
have to.
in the main?
No.
Okay.
You don't have to. If you don't want, you don't have to. Okay. It will call the constructor automatically of the base class.
طب سؤال تاني بقى معلش. دلوقتي if I explicitly call في ال hourly employee class employee constructor بتاع employee class where it's parameterized, how do I send the variables من المين to the constructor that was explicitly called in the hourly employee class?
يعني I know what you're type. What you're saying here is that you want to call the constructor for a parameterized constructor for the parent class, but parameterized.
Exactly.
Okay, that's fine. Call it parameterized. I mean, if I have 2, 3 parameters, you can put some values here for them. يعني look. This is employee. Just wait. This is the parameterized constructor for the employee. This one. Yes or no?
Yes.
And what does it take? It takes 2 things. It takes the name and the number. So you can say employee, and then you can simply say Adham and Kamal. So it will call the constructor of the parent class with those parameters. Yes?
Okay. I understand how that will work from inside the hourly class. So I would write it يعني في الكود بس if I wanted to be variables that I input in من المين مثلا.
Okay,
Can I set
this is the answer. Yeah, this is the answer. If you want to have it from the main, so you write this is the main, yes, and this is the class that is named employee, and let's have Adham, and then Adham dot set name my name. So then you will call the function that is called set name for Adham, which is an employee. Yes.
يعني ما ينفعش املى البارامترايز كونستراكتور من المين.
ينفع
لا
تملاها
هو
من
ده
المين.
سؤالي بس.
ينفع تملاها
بس مش
ينفع
قصدنا
ينفع تملاها من المين. ازاي؟ This is one way. There's another way. Hourly employee. And this is Fadi. Okay. So Fadi dot set name Fadi. Set name. Does it exist hourly employee or it exists in the employee? Set name. In the employee. خلاص you call it عادي. Set name.
لا انا كان قصدي الكونستراكتور نفسه ما ينفعش اعمل له فيل من المين، صح كده؟
ينفع تعمل نعم.
The parameterized constructor اللي حطيناه في hourly employee class ينفع نملاه من المين؟
ينفع تملاه من المين، بس انت مش لازم تعمل كده. انت سيمبلي ممكن تملاه، ممكن تحط النيم اللي انت عايزه. ينفع تملاه، بس ممكن تحط النيم اللي انت عايزه والاس اس ان by using normal setter and getter يعني.
اوكي. هو I think سؤالنا ان هو ايه لازمه ان انا اقول parameterized constructor when there are setters and getters.
Well, this is an another way. ما انت ممكن يبقى عندك setters and getters وما يبقاش عندك constructor. ف there are two ways for the things يعني.
اوكي.
بس طبعا الsetter and getter ممكن يغنوك عن الكونستراكتور، بس مفضل انه يبقى عندك كونستراكتور عشان في بعض الاحيان انت تدي initial values خلاص، وبعد كده من الستر والجيترز تغير الفاليوز دي. اوكي فادي.
اوكي يا دكتور شكرا.
هو دكتور the only way to call a parameterized constructor هو through explicit calling.
through explicit calling yes.
يعني اللي ما ينفعش اعمل كده من implicit.
لا ما ينفعش تعمل كده implicit. implicit هيقول الديفولت كونستراكتور ايا كان في ايه في الديفولت كونستراكتور.
تمام ماشي.
اوكي. طيب let us continue a little bit. طيب so I'll have one friend with me. So today there was a lot of disconnection. So I'll have Ghada.
Yes, doctor.
Yes. If you see this piece of code, the one that is in the rectangle here, void hourly employee print check. Net pay equal hours time wage rate. Type. Just reminding you, hours and wage rate, they belong to the hourly employee. Net pay, it belongs to the employee. So can I use this or not? Can I? This is legal or illegal? يعني ينفع ولا ما ينفعش؟
لا I don't think إن هو ينفع.
طيب why؟
هي
our
عشان
wage ده طبيعي هم تبع hourly class. Then net pay تبع الامبلوي. Can I use it or not? وليه if I can't?
I think no. على حسب ما افتكر ان هي كانت ان احنا عاملين public inheritance وهي ما كانتش public، هي كانت
ممتاز. So net pay is a private member of employee. So I can't use it. I have to use getters and setters. Yes, Rada?
Yes, doctor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So if I have three classes, A, B, and C. A, B, and C. C is the child of B, B is the child of A. So if I call, if I didn't do an explicit calling of the constructors, so when I create an object of class C, so implicitly the compiler will call the constructor of class A and then class B, class A and then class B. What does it mean again? In the main, I have C and I have an object that is named Freddy. When I do this, implicitly, the compiler will call class A, then the constructor for class A, the compiler will call the constructor for class B, and then I will execute whatever is in class C as a constructor. This means that the implicit calling will be done in the reverse order. يعني ايه in the reverse order؟ بقول الconstructor of the grandparent, then the constructor of the parent, and then I continue with the code for the constructor of that child. Reverse order. Let me see about the destructor.
Doctor,
Yes.
when you write C Freddy, you're just calling the default constructors, right?
Yes. And the default constructor of class C, يا غادة. Implicitly, the compiler will call the constructor of class A, and the compiler will call the default constructor of class B.
Okay.
طيب, then what this is the last slide. What cannot be inherited is the destructor. You cannot inherit the destructor. Each child must have its own destructor. Each child must have its own destructor. And you cannot inherit the copy constructor. You cannot inherit the copy constructor. Someone tells me what the copy constructor is. What is the copy constructor is? يلا.
بعمل equation، يعني بقول ايه object 1 equal object 2، فكده بنقل values ليه.
بتنقل ال values of what يا فادي؟
of two objects من نفس الكلاس. يعني
two objects من نفس الكلاس. I remind you of what is a copy constructor. If I have a class that is called A and another class that is called A, and then I have object 1 and I have object 2, and then I make object 2 equal object 1. What will happen? The values of the attributes of object 1 will go to object 2. Type two kinds of copy constructor. What are they?
Deep and shallow.
Deep and shallow. That's
Shallow.
fine. Yes, and deep copy constructor, I implement the function that does the copying. Shallow copy constructor, this means that the compiler will implement, the compiler will execute the copying. So deep means explicit, shallow means implicit, طيب.
Doctor, excuse me a question. هو يعني in the shallow constructor, if I write obj2 equals obj1, it will automatically
yes.
do everything without me having to write a copy constructor with its implementation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Then last thing in this lecture is that if I have a destructor, I'll give you the case. Now I have C, and then I have B, and then I have A. So B is the parent of C, and A is the parent of, and B is the parent of A. When I call the constructor for C, then the destructor of B will be called, and the destructor for A is called. It is slightly different than the constructor. What does this mean? This means if I am the destructor, I am the child of a parent, and then the parent is the child of the grandparent. Okay, that's fine. When I have the destructor of C, then first the parent will destroy itself, the grandparent will destroy itself, and then I will destroy myself. I'll repeat it. So I have a destructor for the class C. This is and then B is the parent of C. A and C, I'm sorry. C is the parent of B, and then B, sorry. A is the parent of B. So C comes first, then B, then A. So if I call the destructor for class C, this is the sign of the destructor. So this is the destructor of C. What will happen? Implicitly, the compiler implicitly will call the destructor of my parent, then my grandparent, then mine. So the destructor of B will be called, then A, and then I will execute my own destructor. Please read this.
Doctor, B before A or A before B?
B before A. It's slightly different than the constructor. So, any questions so far?
A and
I'm done. Yes, Sana.
A and C are both parents of B.
A and B are both parents of C. It's like this, Yana.
You wrote that C is the parent of B.
I am sorry. B is the parent of C. I'm sorry.
Okay, so A is the grandparent.
A is the grandparent. B
C
is the parent.
and
C is the child.
Okay.
Any questions in this lecture? I can repeat whatever you want. I continue my advice for you. Please study each lecture by each lecture. Inshallah, after 1 week, you will have your own project. So things will be a little bit more challenging. Next class, inshallah, we will be together in campus. So we will have a great chance to know each other face by face. And if you want any question, just wait me after I conclude the session. At this point, thank you very much for joining. And if you want anything, just please wait. Other than this, have a blessed night and see you on Thursday, inshallah.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Bye.
Thank you, Doctor.
دكتور بعد إذن حضرتك كان عندي سؤال سريع بس.
اتفضل.
يعني لما احنا دلوقتي عندنا parent class وعندنا child class، وايه البنفيت ان احنا explicitly call الكونستراكتور بتاع البيرنت كلاس لو كده هو هيبقى called implicitly؟
بص، unless انك انت هتقول البارامترايزد كلاس ملوش معنى.
اوكي.
فاهم؟ يعني يعني هقول لك حاجه. هي انت بتوفر بتوفر حاجه بسيطه، يعني انك انت تانشيالايز من جوه الكونستراكتور. يعني انت بتعملها بطريقه، ممكن تعملها بطريقتين. خلاص، ممكن تعملها باول طريقه انك انت explicitly تقول البارامترايزد كونستراكتور، تعمل explicitly calling للديفولت كونستراكتور. ده ملوش معنى. خلاص، لان ده ملوش لازمه بالظبط يعني. بس انا استعملت كاكزامبل يعني الديفولت كونستراكتور، بس هو ملوش لازمه لانك انت implicitly بتقوله. لكن لو انت عايز تقول حاجه هتقول وعندك more than one parameterized constructor وعايز تقول parameterized constructor بعينه، فانت ساعتها بتقوله. خلاص. طب ايه البديل عن كده؟ البديل انك انت من تعمل ايه؟ البديل انك انت ممكن ما تعملش explicit calling ومن جوه الكونستراكتور بتاع التشايلد كلاس تقول السيترز بتوع البيرنت كلاس. فاهم قصدي؟
اوكي، بس دي هتبقى inefficient اكتر.
دي هتبقى inefficient بالظبط يعني.
بس ان لو في حاجه specific قوي، يعني عايز
unless انه في حاجه specific جدا يعني. واساسا الديفولت كونستراكتور لما يبقى عندك تشايلد، الديفولت كونستراكتور بتاع البيرنت كلاس ملوش معنى، لانه هو it is left as empty تقريبا يعني. يعني تقريبا الديفولت كونستراكتور يعني البيرنت كلاس ده في الاخر بيتعمل عشان، وده اللي هنشوفه لما ناخد البوليمورفيزم او ناخد الاوفر رايدنج، بيتعمل عشان تنهرت منه. هو مش بيتعمل عشان، يعني هو زي سكيلتون يا ياسين. فالسكيلتون ده انت بتعمله عشان تنهرت منه. فبيزيكلي it does almost nothing. It is just a template عشان تنهرت منه. يعني it's the most general thing. يعني الامبلوي ده يمكن ده example يعني شوية عبيط يعني، بس في الاخر it's indicative. الامبلوي ده ما فيهوش غير name و SSN. Other than this كل حاجة بيعملها التشايلد كلاسز يعني.
عشان في البيرنت كلاس يبقى عندنا تمبلت نحط فيها الفيرتشوال البيور والنون بيور فانكشنز وكده.
exactly عشان وده يعني ده الطبيعي. يعني ده الطبيعي لانك انت انت البيرنت كلاس ده هو الانترفيس، ده ما بيعملش اي حاجه في الدنيا غير ان هو بيعرف كلاسز فيرتشوال عشان يحصل لهم inheritance ويبقوا called dynamically. Other than this it does almost nothing يعني it does almost nothing يعني.
عشان يبقى عندنا كمان reusability، ما نقعدش نكتب.
عشان يبقى عندنا reusability. ليه؟ وده فعلا السبب الحقيقي، احد الاسباب الحقيقيه. ليه؟ لانك انت لو انت بتشتغل في ابلكيشن كبيره، والابلكيشن دي فيها ميني، يعني ادي لك اكزامبل. لو انت بتشتغل على البينت باش، خلاص، البينت باش ممكن ترسم فيها سيركل، او ممكن ترسم فيها تريانجل، او ممكن لاين، او ممكن واتسو ايفر، خلاص. فهنا يعني مثلا ممكن اوريك كده، ده البينت. ليتس كونسنتريت على الجزئيه دي اللي هي بتاعت الشيبس، خلاص. انا عندي الشيب ده this is an abstract class. الكلاس ده ما بيعملش اي حاجه في الدنيا غير ان هو بيديفاين for simplicity يعني one function which is called do، خلاص. وبعد كده انت every one of those shapes has its do function، خلاص. كويس. افرض انت في يوم من الايام عايز تضيف شيب جديد، فانت كل اللي انت بتعمله في الدنيا انك انت بتنهرت من الشيب وبتديفاين your own do function.
ايوه، عشان ما اقعدش اديفاين نفس الاتريبيوتس اللي هي كومن ما بين كل الشيبس في كل
exactly بالظبط. يعني انت مثلا الشيب ده ليه very common، ليه one common attribute، مثلا ليه one common attribute. let's say resolution بتاع الشيب، let's say يعني ده just يعني dummy example. فانت كل اللي انت بتعمله انك انت بتنهرت من البيز كلاس وبتعمل فانكشن اسمها دو دي بتبقى كولد، وده اللي هناخده المره الجايه، بتبقى كولد دايناميكلي بيزد على what shape you are using. فبالتالي اتفضل.
كنت بقول يعني لو draw دي defined في البيس كلاس يبقى ده polymorphism.
يبقى ده polymorphism لانك انت depends on what shape you want to do relevant do function. هم كلهم اسمهم دو. يعني ما هو دو شيء rectangle in principle it is the same as do a circle. فاهم قصدي؟ لكن فبالتالي كل اللي انت بتعمله انك انت بتديفاين object بيبلونج للبيرنت كلاس، وبيبقى الدو فانكشن بتبقى كول دايناميكلي. السيركل عندها دو، الريكتانجل عنده دو، الدايموند عنده دو. It's the same function، لكن كل واحدة بتدو a different shape. فبالتالي بتنهرت من الشيب، وبعد كده بتبتدي انك انت تعمل your own do function. لو انت مش عايز تعمل كده والكود زي ما انت اتفضلت، ساعتها مش هيبقى reusable. لو انت عملت do 1 ودو 2 ودو 3 ودو 4 ودو 5، لو ياسين هو اللي عمل الابستراكت كلاس، وكمال هو اللي عمل التشايلد كلاس بتاع السيركل، واحمد هو اللي عمل بتاع ريكتانجل، خلاص. نفترض انه ياسين ساب التيم، واحمد ساب التيم، وكمال ساب التيم. لما يجي واحد عايز يوز الشيب هيتلخبط. فاهم؟ هو مش هو كده مش هيفهم ايه اللي المفروض يبقى في التشايلد كلاس، مش هيفهم. فانت بتعمل حاجه جينيريك جدا for everyone to reuse it for its own functionality يعني.
تمام.
فهمتني؟
تمام. ماشي، شكرا لحضرتك.
لا لا علاء، انت هتيجي يوم الخميس؟
ان شاء الله.
طيب اوكي خلاص، جود لك ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله. هو اللوكيشن حضرتك موجود على الواتساب؟
اللوكيشن انا هبعته تاني. هبعته تاني. It is supposed to be a big room يعني، فانا هبعته لكم تاني يعني.
اوكي.
هبعته لكم على الواتساب، وهبعته لكم كأناونسمنت على البلاك بورد as well يعني. It is supposed to be a big room عشان الهيلث كونسيدريشن يعني. فللأسف يعني احتمال ما نقدرش نعمل الهيدن لاب بارشال فيس تو فيس، لأنه عدد الناس اللي بياخدوا معايا تقريبا 64، فما ينفعش الهيدن لاب يبقى. مش عارف كنت انت او حد تاني سألني السؤال ده. ما ينفعش انه الهيدن لاب انه اللاب في الديبارتمنت يعني يوسع عدد كبير يعني. فبالتالي اتس بروبلماتيك انك تقسم الحاجة و60 تقسمهم على 4 جروبس يعني. it would be inefficient يعني.
ايوه ماشي. شكرا.
اوكي يا سيدي. اوكي thank
Have a
you
good
very much.
night. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
دكتور، هو معلش الأسايمنت اللي أنا سلمتها جبت فيها جريد وحشة، ومش عارفة مين كتبلي kindly reach out to me. أنا مش عارفة
دي
ده
غالبا مريم.
عشان ما كنتش عارفة أبعت لمين بالظبط، فعشان كده بس بسأل حضرتك.
هو احنا كارمل، انت في سيكشن 4 ولا سيكشن 3؟
لا، السكشن اللي احنا فيها 3.
3 يبقى ده شهاب مش مريم.
اوكي ماشي، يعني أبعت لشهاب إيميل.
ابعت لشهاب ايميل.
اوكي ماشي، ثانك يو يا دكتور.
اوكي، وذاكر يا كارمل. اوكي
والله بقى يعني بخلص أول بأول على طول.